were muted. Hello there, folks. Welcome to... Oh, everything is off. Oh, it's because Zoom updated. Everything's off.
Yep.
Oh, no. Hi there, folks. Welcome to session 36 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests, here on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we've got my lovely cast, but they're all in the wrong places. We have got Selkie Cove, we've got Just Kyle, we have got that one Warlock, and we've got Madness Diamond. Now, while my cast are sitting looking beautiful and pretty and always, I'm going to give a wee couple of housekeeping things that I have. Number one, I've said it in my To the Skies session, and I'm going to say it in this session as well. Recently, the TTRPG world got some discourse that happened, because, you know, we can't go 10 minutes without something. That's what we get for being theatre kids. Now, I'm not going to tell you not to get angry about what's happened. I'm not going to talk about what's happened because, you know, it's been talked about enough online. If you're part of it, you're part of it. If you're not, you're not. What I am going to say is, when you do go to social media and you start posting stuff about what's happened, please be careful what you say. Okay? Speak facts and speak from a point of view of someone who's researched those facts. Because if you go around doing anything else, you can do more harm than good. Also remember that words you say can't be taken back. I've seen friendships fall apart because of what's going on now. But also do remember to stay safe, and for those of you who are attending certain events, please don't go anywhere alone. Make sure people know where you are, and make sure you have a way to get to those people, just in case. There was something else I wanted to say. What else did I want to say? I can't remember. It'll come back to me. But there was something else that I was going to say. But for now, I can't recall. Oh, wait, no. I can remember it now. World Tree Quests, the channel, was designed to do something. And for a long time, it hasn't done that thing. But I've made a decision recently where we're going to be doing that thing. After Welcome to the Academy finishes, we're going to take a wee break from Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to move away from that. We're going to start doing other TTRPG systems. Namely, the next campaign that I'm going to be casting is going to be... I'm going to start casting that within the next couple of weeks. I'll finalise and then put out the form for everything. But I am going to be looking for players for a Dragon Age TTRPG campaign. This is going to be one of those ones where it's a bit of a project of love for me, because when I started doing TTRPGs and DMing, I started with the Dragon Age TTRPG system. And it is going to be one where it doesn't matter what your experience is, because chances are not everybody's played the system. So I'm going to have to be teaching people anyway. But yeah, that was all I wanted to say on that one. That we are going to be moving ahead into new TTRPGs. We've also got talks of Monster of the Week, Old Gods of Appalachia, Vaesen, the Alien TTRPG, which is basically, don't go down that corridor, it's beeping. There's a lot of exciting things coming. I did say something there that I've just realised that I said was incorrect. Once Welcome to the Academy finishes, we're going to have one more D&D campaign that will come in before the slew of other TTRPGs. Looking towards the middle of next year, the middle of 2025, I am going to start casting for a World Tree Quests Curse of Strahd game. But it's not the Curse of Strahd you know. I'm going to be utilising stat blocks from Nightfall by Mana Project Studios, and I'm going to be utilising things from Seven Sinners from Mana Project Studios, as well as everything from Grim Hollow. It's going to be fun, but that's a bit of an update on the behind the scenes of World Tree Quests. Moving on to Fathoms Below. Shit went down last session. A lot of shit went down. So I'm going to let my amazing and lovely cast tell you what went down. And nose, Kyle, you're up. So, Kyle.
I was reading an article, damn it.
Don't read an article,
yes,
buddy.
the distraction worked.
Kyle. What the frickety frack happened last session?
So, combat happened. We discovered just how threatening everyone can be against each other in that Echo has magic. That's new. We're going to learn one day what Echo does in its entirety. They are weird. We've learned that Mage Slayer... Oh.
No, I'm just going to grab something. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, no worries. We have learned that Mage Slayer works really well on Lus. Like, really well. And Malith is just once again taking L's and never winning. Not only did they get charmed, they didn't even get to do anything with said charm. Ariel got a kill as their new form. We'll see how that goes. Echo's work mode has been discovered and almost killed Ariel. Instead, just took a massive chunk of Reaver's leg. And then the main spice of the session. A random stranger crawling in through the town asking for friend or foe, which, when I think we can all agree, given the temperament of the party, incredibly well. They were just a simple person named Moradon Glimmertide. No importance, none whatsoever, except, they're Melusine Dad. Just that tiny little detail. And it's like looking in a mirror. Specifically for Echo, it is like looking in the mirror at those two. They're the same person. And we've started grilling them. They seem to know a lot about all of us in different manners. And we're about to grill them for all the questions.
Just showing them off. But yeah, we are about to grill them for a whole load of questions. With that, there's my book. Look at me having preparation all ready to go. I forgot what page I was on. I found my page. It was definitely a page. You are very correct, Selkie. You're correct.
It was the last page you wrote on.
Page 69.
Joke's on you. No, it's not, because I've got ADHD and write random shit on random pages.
Facts.
You got me there.
I feel so seen at the moment.
You ever do that thing where you get a new notebook and you've not written a thing in it and you go, shit, I need to write something down. Instead of doing this, you do this.
Yes.
That's not normal?
No, apparently not.
Oh.
So, just as a reminder to everybody, last session, we ended, but does that say fuck 'em on that notebook?
Fuck 'em.
Is that a notebook or is that like a book?
It's a notebook.
I want that notebook. Anyway. As a reminder to where we left off, like was said, you guys have healed Moradon to a point where he is like not actively dying. And he is willing to answer any questions you guys have. Now, there was, I believe it was Echo who was about to ask some. Was it Echo?
Echo is one of them.
Echo's one of the people that we were like, listen, I know you have questions, but we're getting to the end of it, so we're going to wrap and we'll go into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say Echo, and then we'll go from there, okay? The one I definitely remember is that Echo had something they wanted to inquire with Moradon. So as a reminder of some of the information that you've gotten so far, 1, Luce's mother is alive. Number 2, this entity that you fought, Shadral was their name, and they were particularly interested in how a type of magic known as psionics works, especially in tandem with a singing metal known as orichalcum. Moradon has also mentioned, but not went into major detail about something called royal orichalcum. All that is said about it is that operating within its boundaries for too long can cause it to corrupt you, which is what happened to Shadral. He's also looking for the keys that are being collected. Well, the keys that you guys also happen to have one of. There was 8 of those keys. Very well done, Seth. Yes, there is 8 of those keys, and they belong to an underlying force of resistance within the Sicalian homeland of Cephalor. You also have information that at one point, whether he was the elusive entity that you've had described to you or not, Moradon at one point was the person who ran the Deep Tide. You do not have the timelines with which he did run it, though. You just know that he ran it at one point, and you do know that Malith and Caldo served under him. Whether they knew it was him or knew his true identity is in question. However, we do have... This is not from Moradon, this is more from Malith. We do have a knowledge of the name Glimmertide. So whether Malith knows more about that than he's letting on, we don't know. And we don't know about Caldo's input on it either. But it has been confirmed. Moradon knows who Malith is and knows who Caldo is. That's what we have so far. So, inside this, what was maybe once a very, very extravagant home, now this is the only real place you can get to in it. This broken down spherical room that was maybe once an entrance foyer of some kind, huddled around this lamp that Moradon has pulled out and is using as a small kind of a beacon of light to give some vision. You guys have access to question, and he has said that he will answer any question you give him as long as he has the capability to. Echo, we will start with yourself.
He also can try to lie, but good luck.
Oh yeah, your lie detector, right?
Yeah, that 33 insight on him. Just...
Thank you for that reminder. We also do have indeed that... we treated it a bit like a combination between insight and scry, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a fairly difficult insight to be 100% and perfectly honest. He would need an 18 to beat it.
Jesus.
And he's got a fairly high deception. So yeah.
Because he originally rolled...
Garbage.
It was a very
because
very bad roll.
it was in like... I really want to say 22 or
You rolled
23.
21.
There was a 21 he rolled, and you rolled somewhere in the high 20s, if I'm correct.
So I rolled a nat 20 for a total of 33.
That was it. Nat total for a total of 33. Yeah, he would need a fairly significant roll to beat that. Most definitely would need an 18 on that one to beat that. Not that he will, at this point, unless particular things are asked, make any attempt on that. He's gave his word that he'll answer truthfully. But you have complete freedom to ask any question you may wish.
Perfect. So the first question Echo's going to ask. You mentioned something a little while ago about the place where we're going and someone we want to meet. It's a silverfish. You said they weren't aging. Or there was something going on there in that regard. Do you know what? Or how?
I know rumors. We investigated it being something along the lines of any gestures towards Feather. Doesn't look at him, just kind of gestures towards him. But we've never seen any kind of obvious signs of that. Liches mostly work with some kind of guise or illusion over what they actually look like. It's never really that they are refrained from aging. Just more like they gain the power to look as if they are not what they truly are. We've done everything from anti-magic zones to clapping anti-magic bracers on them at one point. Nothing happened. They looked the same. My current theory is that they operate some kind of magical method of life transference. Literally draining somebody's life force to maintain theirs. It's just a working theory. I have no proof if that is actually what is happening. But it's the best idea that I have so far.
You know how long they've been alive then?
We know the first mention of the silverfish popped up around about 300 years ago. Which is a little bit beyond Cicalian life. Now granted, I know there are certain capabilities and certain things you can do to enhance your life in a natural manner. I've heard of people who channel such powerful energy through their bodies, they just maintain themselves on that energy. He's of course speaking about how monks eventually are able to just, stop aging. And obviously, he talks about like those who have taken oaths that, their oath comes above their own life, so therefore their life extends as long as their oath does. Or even people who are so in tune with nature and in tune with the ebb and flow of the tides that they themselves have just ceased to age. Obviously that being druids and paladins. But he sees no evidence of them being able to do the kind of things that druids, paladins, or monks do. So he doesn't know.
On that similar line, though not the same, you had mentioned a few times about the work Echo has done, and potentially others like Echo. We want to know more about that.
Well, that is of course something that I'll help you with as much as I can. I know that you can tell right now if I'm lying to you or not. I cannot tell you everything I know right now. And I need you to trust me on that. I need you to trust me that there is a reason for that. You can insight check that if you want to, okay? Sorry, Echo.
They will, but that's also... Oh. Do I get the same additional bonus to it?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
So I believe the bonus that was given last time was +5 in total.
So what it ends up being with Echo's in regular insight bonus, because we add the two together, is plus 13 total. 27.
You can tell he's being truthful about this. He's being upfront. He's not saying he will never tell you. He's open to giving you the information. He's saying that there is a reason he cannot give you it just now. He's just asking you to extend a little bit of trust.
Echo will, because how they're, as a reminder, how they're doing this is they're holding on to Moradon's hands. Echo's grip tightens on his hands, and they lean in a little closer. We don't trust you, but we will relent for this, for now.
You see his brow furrow, as if he's about to give some kind of retort, but then he just kind of nods. Doesn't speak, he just nods like, okay, I can accept that.
You said you can't give us all the information. Is there information you can't give?
Yes. You were the best that they had. You were the apex of their creation. You were perfect. All except for one flaw. One single flaw. They designed you to be the top of the food chain. Wherever you go to, whichever ecosystem you enter, you were to be the apex predator. But that also meant that they were beneath you. They did not account for that. We have information saying that they have since fixed that issue. That now there is something that exists that is completely subservient, entirely loyal to them, but with everything that you have in your arsenal. I can also tell you that the reason for your escape was... And he kind of stops and he goes, I need you to understand the sentence I'm saying here. Your escape was good. It is good that you are free of them. But the reason for your escape is one of the biggest mistakes I have ever made in my life. And I will live the rest of my life trying to make up for what happened.
Your mistake. How do you know so much?
We had someone inside. Someone operating within them. Because we were contacted by one of the people who was responsible for several of their failed experiments. They had informed us through different channels that they were doing this under duress and that they wanted us to ensure their family's safety. We did this, we confirmed everything, we did our homework, and we rescued their family. And then they said they needed to be rescued. We moved in to rescue them, but before we did that, we sent in one of our own, one of the Deep Tide. They were to pose as a busybody, a extra pair of hands. We specifically told them, don't get too deep, don't get too involved, we don't want you handling or being involved in any of the work. Just an extra set of hands in their main location. They did this. And they informed us as to when this person was going to be safe to be moved. And that's when we made our move. But our man on the inside didn't make it out. We weren't able to bring their body back. It's hard to tell someone who doesn't understand our culture. To not have a body is to never be at peace. When we deep elves die, we give our body to the currents, to be carried to wherever it may be, to rejoin the 9 bodies. His body was never given back. And therefore they can never be at peace. And that's something that I have to carry.
What's his name?
Hold on. Gonna jump back to notes. Where is it? Sorry, bear with me. I do have this person's name written down. I just can't remember how far back I wrote it.
You don't have it on standby? How dare you?
I know, right? How dare I?
How dare you be human?
You can't predict what the players are going to ask.
You
Impossible.
really can't. Not with us.
No.
No.
It really is
Especially not with
difficult.
us.
It is difficult, just being completely honest.
Almost like I tried to surprise Brian and make it fun for him.
Hey, hey.
There's always someone.
Listen, I've got to be funny somehow.
Somehow.
His name is Kalen.
I know that name.
Okay.
You can make a history check. Now, as usually with the case when it comes to you remembering things, this is pre your escape. So, yeah, I'll let you make the history check. I will not say
Right.
disadvantage, though. I will not say disadvantage. I'll allow you to make it a base.
So, the 2 things I rolled, because I rolled it to just base, was a 19 and a 17. The 19 was first.
Okay, cool. I'll give you the 19. What is your modifier for history? This is important. Pure button? Cool, no worries.
I got nothing. We're lucky I just got nothing and it's not negative, I'm gonna be honest.
You can't remember the name Kalen, but there was someone who was not a handler. They never came in with handlers. They always came in kind of like at nighttime, and they were never what you would call like massively, kind and whatnot. Like they weren't completely out of their way to be nice, but they came in and they would, like, much in the same way that, like, you would see people who work in dog kennels with dogs that have got like trauma, like they're incredibly nervous. They don't come in and immediately go, oh, come here, and they just go in and they sit down and they just allow the dog to report. They would do that. It wasn't coming over and balming your wounds. It wasn't coming over and feeding you proper food. It was company that was not violent. I guess the question I would ask you on this one is, say, for talking's sake, they're going to be doing that over the course of somebody give me a number, 8, 10 or 12.
10.
10? Cool.
Was
They would
muted,
have
but I
done
also
this.
said 10.
They would
I
have
love
done
that.
this over the course of 8 months. Every second or third night, coming and just being in the room, not even like looking at you or anything, just being there and existing in a non-threatening state. I'll put it to you, Echo. Would you ever have maybe not verbally, but in some way tried to communicate. To show appreciation, to show an iota of, like, their presence here being, at least in some way, an effect. I will leave that to yourself.
Was that the only time they saw this person?
Yeah, this person was maybe a stray glance here and there when you were being moved through a corridor, but they never took you on jobs. They were never present when handlers were there. They weren't there during experiments, during surgeries, nothing. They were, for all intents and purposes, based on scent and based on the taste of the water around them, they were a janitor. They were body disposal. Not like, body disposal as in what you were fed, like, experiments that failed. They got rid of those. Ones that couldn't be eaten. They were a caretaker, a janitor.
It would probably have taken until, at minimum, the latter quarter of that time period. And it wouldn't have been much at all. It would have been maybe a subtle move closer and an occasional echoed word or phrase back to him in his voice.
Okay.
But that probably would have been it.
Then, in that case, what I will tell you is that at one point he will have went to give you his name, and you would have heard him say K, and then when you can just call me friend. With a 19, I will say you can make an educated guess that that young person was their person on the inside. Was this Kalen person.
What Echo's gonna do is Echo's gonna describe what they remember of his mannerisms and his personality to Moradon. And then they're going to ask, does that sound like the same person?
He'll nod. And he'll say, his family were all part of the Tide. Brothers, father, his mother. He grew up amongst them. He grew up amongst the Tide. So yeah, that's definitely him.
Jim, do I know what happened to him?
I think based on history checks you've made to remember your escape that you've done before, they haven't come up with a lot of information. So I'm going to say at the moment, no. If such a thing happens where you can trigger a potential memory check on that one, I'll let you know, I'll take a note of that. But at the moment, nah. The entire events of your escape is, a blurred corridor here, a person being ripped in half there,
Yep.
So no, you can't remember.
There's There's a chance that his body just doesn't exist anymore, or is part of something else at this point, though I'm sure you already are aware of that.
We understand that his body has most likely been used to feed, but it still doesn't mean that we don't go in there and look for it. That's what we do. The Tide's a family.
You're going to go look for him?
Oh, at some point we are going back there. Until we search that place top to bottom with our own eyes and see there's no trace of him, we won't give up.
I'm gonna roll something real quick.
As a reminder, guys, this isn't like a, Echo's turn, then this person done, this person's done, this person's turn. If you guys have questions in between Echo asking questions, feel free to ask. But this is a free for all.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, I've just been like letting them know. I've had a couple. I'm like, there'll be facial reactions or head movements at the moment. But that probably be the first one I'll be speaking on. Open invitation will be simply asked. Like that's a question.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. What is it you're asking here?
When he says we're going back, Archie's statement to that is open invitation ? Archie wants in.
He's going to look to you, and then he'll look to Echo, and he'll say, no matter what our claim for wanting to go in there, nobody's got more of a claim for wanting to see that place ripped to the ground than you do. So when we're going in, if you want involved, we will let you know. And then if you want to bring people along, that's your choice to do that.
So if you're looking for someone, it stands to reason you'll need a tracker. And we happen to already be familiar with the person you're looking for.
Then we would appreciate any help that you can offer.
When you go, we'll go. It's about time we reminded them why exactly we were the best.
Nothing leaves that facility, Moradon.
When we go back there, that will be a decision we make. If things have to leave there, things will leave there. However, if things there are too dangerous to be allowed to leave, then yes, they will die.
Moradon have a good passive insight.
I don't know. Let's see, shall we? Moradon, what is your passive insight?
He's got
Better
good
than
deception, so
Stoddard's.
yeah, I'm like, how good is insight?
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Man.
Passive insight. Not bad, not bad. His passive insight is a 16.
Cool, he'll know. That's a challenge contestation at the moment. Reaver has one goal, and it's not letting anything leave there. That place is going to be rubble. But he won't say it out loud.
Moradon will not speak either, but he gives you a look that, for all of what Moradon has said about Feather, it's a look that Feather's given you before. A look of, if I need to stop you, I will. Anything else to be asked, to be said, to be mildly threatened?
Is Echo, you done your main question line?
Or do you have more to ask?
On that line, Echo's done for now. Echo is now just in lie detector mode.
Ariel, anything from you?
Um,
Because I've got stuff, but I'm happy to chill on mine.
I mean, yeah, but it's not like super important, and it doesn't have to be like in a group. I'm fine with holding back and waiting mode.
Diamond,
That's your dad.
questions for Papa while lie detector mode's on?
I think Luz has just been sitting next to Reaver with this, like, and doing the unconscious thing of, like, just mirroring this strange father figure man's movements without noticing it. It's definitely something Echo would notice. Might be a little annoying.
There's the clone.
And I think once this conversation ends, because it's way above Luz's understanding of what the fuck's going on here, I think she kind of just, like, tilts her head to the side and really just looks at him. Because he hasn't changed a ton. Probably.
Not really, no.
Like, maybe a couple new scars, maybe, like, he's either a little bit more built or a little bit more slight because of time.
If anything, he looks like... Not like his overall physique has changed, but just more like parts have become more defined.
Mm-hmm.
When he was travelling with your mum, he didn't have to fight as much or as rigorously. Now, obviously, he's full back in mercenary mode, so his... Like, the definition of his muscularity is much more prominent. Other than that, he looks damn near the exact same. One of the benefits of being elven, you don't really age in the traditional sense.
I think she just tilts her head to the side. The tentacles do the thing where it looks like they're in contemplation.
He's going to
Like-
look at you and see that and go, what do you want to ask?
How old are you?
That's your question. How old am I?
How old are you?
327 years old. By
Alright, that's not that.
By elven standards, I am somewhere in my late 30s.
Alright.
I wasn't expecting that.
How do you keep information straight being that old?
There's only one way I've ever found to be able to do it. Only one. Marry your mother.
Well, I can't marry her. She's my mom.
You know what I mean. Marry somebody smarter than you.
I think Luz just looks at Feather.
You look. Feather doesn't look at you, but Feather just. It's like a don't even fucking dare.
It's the contemplation look of, like, and then looks back like, I don't know if that's gonna work for me. I'm not gonna live as long as you did, so, or can, I guess. How old is Mama?
Your mother cheats.
Is it just a circadian beauty routine? Like, is it?
No, she has like a thing. This is actually, what you don't get is this is actually thieves' cant for uses magic.
I think it's just
That's
a little
right.
bit more confused. It's like, all right, that's all right. kind of expected her at least to be on with the coral reef by now, but that's nice to know.
She's definitely interested in coral reefs. I don't think I've ever found a thing your mother is not interested in.
I remember had a real big library at home. Couldn't read half the shit. Do you know I now understand 4 languages?
So
Yeah,
you've lost a few.
Did I know more?
Your mother taught you 7 languages.
Well, I only remember 4 because I only used 4.
Well, still better than me. I can only speak 2.
Yeah. I was supposed to teach me thieves' cant one day.
Tell a lie, I speak 3.
Oh, that counts as a language?
Yeah. Realistically, it's like a form of language that's used when you can't speak. Beneath the Waves, Thieves' Cant takes less of a place of like colloquialisms and catchphrases and more of like I think like scuba diving hand signals. That's more like Thieves' Cant down here.
You ever visit your cousins on the surface? Apparently there's family on the surface I didn't know about.
Are you talking about the Willowins?
Yeah.
Last
What's a
time
leaf elf?
A what?
A leaf elf.
A leaf? Do you mean a wood elf?
I don't know. I've never been up there.
You know, like down here we have coral reefs and seaweed and kelp fields.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but they're really hard. Like really,
Like the
really
shit
soft.
that Reaver's made out of. And just knocks on Reaver.
Have you ever seen a ship from the surface?
The wreckage of one.
You know, like in the middle of some of the bigger ones, they have those 3 really big poles with the big flaps of material attached.
Sure.
Right. Now imagine those big poles, but they're attached to the ground, and they have like coral, but it's floppy, growing out of them.
Alright, the surface is weird. Got it.
As for your cousins, yes, I met one.
Were they nice?
Annoyingly so.
Oh. I don't know if I like that.
His name was Aenor. He told me his sister is the current queen of their home. She's married to a purple elf. And his whole... Apparently so. Apparently they used to be grey and black, and then they became purple because they chose to not live underground anymore, and now they're purple and live in a place where it's always nighttime and the trees are silver.
So basically, like this whole area, but on the surface, but not?
I think it's like, if you were on the surface, that's like Ocean's Heart, right? Their city is like Ocean's Heart. And this place where the elves that live that used to be all charcoal grey and dark and all that jazz, that's their surface equivalent to Deep Heart.
Oh, alright.
And apparently they worship land crabs. And apparently crabs on the surface can shoot string out of their butts.
Spiders.
I'm not familiar if they have any spies in their network, but they definitely don't breathe under here.
They're called spiders, these land crabs.
Oh, well, spiders, then.
Alright. Reaver Feather, where the fuck did y'all come from? This shit's weird.
Saltport.
Feather's gonna look to you, Atlas, and say, he's talking about Drow.
Bless you.
Drow, dark elves. When this world was first created, there was 4 groups of people that lived. Eladrin. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. Over the course of time, they evolved. Spring became wood elves, summer became high elves, winter became us, winter elves, and autumn became mountain elves. We mingled with other races that eventually came here from other planes and settled, one of them being merfolk. Merfolk and wood elves settled amongst each other, well, by the coastlines, and then, as what usually happens when people get close, babies appeared, and these babies were born of both land and sea, and that's how sea elves came around. Drow are cousins to my people, but their creation wasn't a pleasant thing. They were driven underground by chaotic magics caused by an event known as the Shattering. Recently, from what I understand, a drow has become the ruling leader of wood elves, and because of that, a third of his people have joined him above the ground and have been given a home and a place north of their woodland home, and it's been converted into a place of perpetual twilight called the Starlight Woods. The drow that chose to settle here, their skin changed, became violet to show their denunciation of their earlier times. There's also another group that moved to an island somewhere in the south. I believe that they prefer the term rainforest or rain drow. I'm not entirely sure on that one though. They're incredibly secretive. They don't want to be part of Elvenkind at all anymore.
Okay.
Also, high elves are assholes. Autumn elves are the nicest people you'll ever meet, but they'll crack your head like an eggshell. And what your father said is incredibly correct. Wood elves are annoyingly nice.
And so you... Alright, I guess this kind of makes sense. So... Aor? Aowen? A something?
Aenor.
Aenor. Was just annoyingly kind. Because they're an autumn elf married to a I'll write it down later and probably be able to make some kind of sense of it. All right, so Mama uses magic to extend her lifespan, so she's not old as fuck. You're just old as fuck because you're a deep sea elf. And there's surface shit. That's surface shit.
Oh, the surface is massive.
Down here's massive.
What I mean is the surface has a whole load of things up there. A whole load of annoying things. They have like their own gods and stuff. We don't really hold to the Elven pantheon anymore, but them up there, they still do.
Alright then. I don't know nothing about no god shit, so
Don't waste your breath on them.
I won't. I don't got one now, don't need one now. Seems to be your whole debacle. And Lus will basically just like bump Reaver with a shoulder.
Is there silt or sand in this place, Brown? Is there something I could draw in while sitting down?
I mean, yeah. So you're at the very bottom of the oceans here, basically. So yeah,
you said we were sitting down in the boat. I was just checking.
It would be like sand. It would be sand that you're on. The sand would appear like a really, really fine grey to you.
I'll draw a tree, like basically the trunk and like the very simple tree. I'm not an artist, but we would just like will like draw a tree while it's happening and then point to Lus.
Make me a performance check.
Cool.
Yes.
Finger painting with the undead shit.
Yes.
I have a +6 to this. What the fuck? I forgot I did this.
What the fuck?
This is gonna be a
good at
phenomenal
finger
tree.
Drumming. And basically working in a crew together. Like,
It's gonna be the best tree we've ever seen.
Reaver becomes a
Why am I
portrait maker.
so good at this?
Did you get a good one? Did you get a good one?
Yeah, can't roll initiative for shit, but a 25 for the performance.
The best tree we've ever seen.
The only
Fucking
tree you've
Bob
ever seen.
Ross.
Yeah, you Bob Ross this motherfucker. While he's talking, you're just like sitting like idly scratching in the sand, and you're like putting shading on this and everything, like in the sand. But yeah, until
I'm gonna get
there's
ripped by feather for this.
there's an incredibly good facsimile of a tree drawn on the ground at like in front of Reaver.
There you go. That's a tree.
Why are you so good at this?
I don't just kill things.
I mean, but you're really good at that too.
It's a language I know.
Yeah. Everything else I have is just complicated to ask at this point. There's a long journey ahead of us. I'll ask it eventually. Because I don't care if you lie to me about it. It might be kinder to lie to somebody about it, honestly. But the one thing is like, why did I never meet your family? At least I don't remember meeting them.
My family are not the kind that you want to meet.
Oh, are they assholes?
Worse, their nobility.
Ugh. Ugh.
My family had lined up a marriage for me, and I didn't want that. I didn't want to be like my brother and sister and marry because I was told to marry and it was a good match. I married for love, and I never looked back on it.
They're not going to try to marry me off, are they?
They don't know you exist.
I might keep it that way. I don't want to marry a stranger. That sounds like a lot of a hassle, and I might accidentally kill them by smacking them to death. Might be interesting to make me angry, though. Oh. Alright, so do we have to worry about that if we're going to depart?
No. You will not have to worry about that at all. I promise.
Do they live in Depart?
They do indeed.
Oh. Alright. That's lovely. Oh well. What do you go by now? You don't use your name.
Depends who I'm speaking to.
I feel that. Because you didn't want to give Marisol a name.
You can never really know who to trust. Trusting somebody to heal you, that's one thing. Trusting somebody with your name, it's a very, very different level.
Yeah. I mean, if I would have trusted Holdo with mine, you might have found me faster.
That is true. That is very true.
I think, Echo, you feel the water around Lus disturbed because the tentacles get sad.
Echo, being in complete contact with Moradon as well, you will feel there is like a real like black kind of regret and sadness when he mentions that. Like, not like your standard kind of sadness, like real deep-seated sadness about him saying that, maybe if Caldo had found a real name, he could have brought this. He could have reunited them sooner.
Oh well. I guess it's good that I was Lus instead of Melusine, because I ended up finding fucking Adelan on accident. You know, I bullied that poor Wreckborn into taking care of me. I also bullied Reaver into being friends with me.
Just the turn. We taught each other plenty, it's fine.
Exactly.
Did you also bully the rest of them into becoming friends with you?
Oh no, not at all. Marisol's my second favorite person. Drift's my first. So,
He's gonna look kind of disparagingly towards Feather and be like, so there's hope.
I mean, let's see. Reaver and Feather are tied for like third, I think. I'll have to like think on that. I've known Reaver longer, but I like Feather more sometimes. I mean, obviously we're dating, so like that's kind of expected. I think pitting those two against each other is just not fair. So I just kind of keep them on the same standard. I guess they both balance me out in a weird way. And she just looks between the two of them, just kind of contemplating, like, where do you two rank?
Feather,
but then just looks at Marisol like, but Marisol's my favorite.
Feather doesn't look at you when you do that. Feather is standing just like dead staring at your dad and just drumming his fingers lightly on his arm.
So's Reaper. Because of the look he gave Feather, it's been like, oh, he's like, oh, there's hope. As soon as that's it, it's just that stare again of that coldness between them.
Lus is oblivious. I'm just choosing that Lus is oblivious in this moment. What Echo wishes to be.
Yeah.
So because of the way it was described last time, is that they were both still standing. What Echo's gonna do is Echo's gonna put some of their strength behind it and is going to back Moradon up a couple of steps away from both Archie and Feather. Not like actually like going backwards, just a little shift away.
Yeah, he moves. He moves with that.
That's it.
I think that's all I got. I mean, like I said, there's always more questions, but I think that's just me being inquisitive to a fault and wanting to dig into shit that's old as fuck. And that's about it.
Anybody else have anything they would like to ask Moradon? Reaver, go for it. Reaver, and then we'll come here.
I'm after monsters and surfacers. What do you want to ask? What do you want to answer first?
I know a lot about surfacers. I know some things about monsters.
I'm after 2.
Okay.
I need to get their names. 1 second. Step in the pad. First one, Baldric Castus, also known as Blunder. Know it?
Never heard that name.
I had to take a little longer. Where's the Archie notes? 'Cause I remember his name, but I don't remember his actual name.
Can
You
I
ever heard
tap on that insight just to be sure?
Okay.
Go.
31.
31. He's being honest about that. He doesn't recognise the name.
Oh. The other one is Tarkus Smith. Goes by Tinderbox.
No. Don't recognise that name either.
Shit. Alright, last chance on that stuff. Anyone from a Thresher's Maw? Any scallywags like that? Wreckborn or otherwise?
Nah. Nothing on that one. We found part of a wreck of a place called the Thresher's Maw. If that's what you're looking for, but we don't have any living souls from there.
I'm just going to give a real dejected look to Feather before moving on. I'm after 2 monsters.
And
Some
what
great
are they?
turtle with serpentine eyes that snap that maw like a twig.
Definitely sounds like a dragon turtle, but they don't usually have serpentine eyes. So I can put out the word, but I don't know what we'll find for you.
Currently, I'm thinking it's this one that turtles worship. Because it's the only one I've heard described as the size of a volcano on the surface.
I mean, to a surfacer, any dragon turtle is going to look massive. They don't realise...
What do you know?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, if he's got more information, but it's basically leads him to the next point. If he's got more information, go ahead.
He'll say they don't realise all the time that what they're standing on is actually not just a normal island. It is a thing that is ready to move at any given point.
Alright. What do you know about megalodons?
Oh, are you talking some of the higher ranking ones or just standard megalodons?
I'm looking for one that follows a single person and brings a whole shiver. I don't know when it happened, but it destroyed an entire Eastern Sea Merfolk place.
Not often that not often that a megalodon will follow or answer someone's call. They're apex predators. 9 times out of 10 shivers follow them. However, that being said, I've never heard of any megalodon following a single person, but it's not to be said that it can't be done. You'd be looking for somebody who has had extensive training in how to communicate with creatures, or is incredibly gifted in breaking them.
I would, if they were here, look at Marisol, as that is me repaying the favor they don't know exists. That's
Okay.
me hunting for Marisol's story. That's Archie's questions.
Okay.
He just goes back to sharpening the blade, very
Yeah.
frustrated that there's no answer he got.
Ariel?
I mean, my questions are not really nerdy or they are like kind of nerdy. But would we like to continue all this inside and maybe start bedding down? You know, some of us got wrecked today, and I think our new friend here could use the rest.
Moradon will nod to that and say, I'm not going to lie to you, it would be good to be able to rest my head for a spell without having to trance.
Lus, are you cool with that? I mean, this is your circus here.
What's a circus?
And I heard it from Feather at one point.
I'm gonna start drawing a circus.
Also, Moradon can take 28 points of healing.
Moradon will take that 20 hit points.
28. Yeah.
28? Moradon will take that 28.
Yeah, Lus, this is your family. You're the one calling the shots on this.
I'm not gonna tell my dad he can't sleep here in safety.
Okay.
Do I
It's just-
seem like an asshole?
Yes. I say that
Would
as
you
a
like me
compliment.
to add you to the smacking list?
I mean it as a compliment.
I
You're the most
think-
lovable asshole I've ever met.
Oh, give me a second.
How is Moradon feeling health-wise, by the way? And I mean literally feeling.
He's tired. He's really, really tired. His body aches. Despite the fact that he's living the life of a mercenary again. And despite what he's saying about him being the equivalent of an elven, late 30s, early 40s thing, he's not as young as he was.
A little bit out of practice.
There's definitely some creaks in the shoulders and the elbows and the knees, and he's definitely at the age where even at 100% health, when he gets out of chairs, he goes.
Yeah,
Oh.
I rolled a 3 on deception, so it was very obviously bent. Read the smack Ariel a little bit too much, and it has that edge to it.
Didn't mean it as an insult. But let's head inside and start setting up some bedding. I'll get some food going, and Moradon, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to hear about the Gileads.
I'll tell you what I can after I've had some rest.
Sounds good.
Weaken guard. And I'm gonna look at Lus when I say that and just like nudge you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hint you're guarding with me.
Yep. Oh, she wasn't intending to go to sleep yet.
Yeah.
Get some food going.
She does give him back the sword and puts it back in the sheath. Because I think this entire time she's also been looking at it and like just turning it and catching the light of the lamp on it to see how it shines.
It shimmers in a very, very strange opalescent manner. Like, were it not for the very obvious metallic sound when you tap it, you could be forgiven for thinking this blade was made out of deep pearls. It's got that kind of opalescence to it. The other thing is, in your hands as you're moving around, it feels damn near weightless.
This is weird. This is such a weird sword, and she's just gonna give it back to him.
It's a long sword, but it feels like you're waving around like a dagger. When you hand it back, he'll take it by the hilt and he'll just spin it once and put it into the sheath. Oh, I've just realised something. No, wait, no, never mind, doesn't work for him. Go for it.
Doesn't work for him.
Or him.
I was about to say something, then realised that no, his subclass is very different.
Oh, okay.
Like that.
I was about to say when he put it away, he suddenly gets very tired, but then I remembered he's not a blade singer. He's a sign agent.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get that thing.
All right, y'all do the sleep thing. I'm gonna go do watch with Reaver.
I'll have food ready for you guys in like an hour.
Who's sleeping?
Huh.
Damn.
Do you have
mean,
a question?
We'll eventually sleep. To answer
So,
Yeah, eventually.
on both of those points, one, Echo is going to use as many cure wounds as it takes to get Moradon back up to full.
Okay.
And two, with Ariel cooking, and then Reaver and Lus taking watch, and then Marisol doing what Marisol's gonna do, Echo is actually probably gonna start with their initial little bout of sleep.
the nap cycle.
The nap cycle, it begins.
Okay, I'll say that it takes 3 cure wounds to get him back to full health.
Okay.
Lus is gonna look at Reaver whenever everyone's busy with something, and just attempting to lower her voice a little bit, and just says, "I really need to hit something. It can wait, but
Done.
I'm
going to put a hand. You're still wearing the dagger, aren't you?
yes."
I'm going to put a hand on your shoulder and look at the dagger and then look at you in the eyes. I wouldn't have stopped fucking looking.
I know. I don't think I blame them, but at the same time,
Sorry, just quick question. Reaver, how far away are you when you say that?
Oh, I'm waiting till we're like, because I'm with how frosty we've been. I know a fight will start. Lus does not. I'm gonna wait till I'm, to my knowledge, out of earshot.
Okay, so I know you said out of earshot. I do need a distance.
60
because
feet.
we are
6.
bedded down in that place that we killed the creature. R.I.P. Mother's best friend, or Mother's coworker. So I figured that we're taking our long rest in there because it's like 4 walls.
Mhm.
Oh, bullshit.
That's
So
I mean, that's where Ariel's cooking. So
yeah. So are we outside doing what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be anywhere near Moradon.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not the complete stupid. I'm still stupid enough not to wait until he's gone, but I'll give some distance of 60 feet before saying it, and I'm not going to yell it. I'll be like, "Hey, you're talking quiet. I'll talk quiet." But it's that comfort moment.
About 60 feet, you say, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I don't blame anybody on like the logical side, but I ain't real good at logic. It's more of a, I don't know how to put it.
You don't need to. You got your tools
Yeah.
on you.
I do.
I'm going to take off my armor and sit down, holding the blade across, ready to stand up if I need to fight. And I'm going to reveal the wheel. Have I sent you the image, Diamond, of the wheel?
Mm-hmm.
The updated one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. I'll just, hang on, I'll save it. Brian, you know the wheel I'm on about.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. So, Diamond, I'll send you the image of the wheel for what you're going to carve. And if you've any questions on the names, by all means. Where did it save? There it is.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to get you to carve during Guard Watch. But
So, why are you stripped?
I need you to use the tools on the wheel. And you to give me, I will pull my own, like, you will watch me literally pull open the shark teeth. To reveal the wheel.
Ripcord is so fucking cool. Alright. I am proficient in Carpenter's tool, so is this a... What role is this?
We're going to call it a... Carving letters in, quite a delicate thing. We'll call it a dexterity with proficiency bonus.
Cool. So I have a +7 to this. What is 16 plus 7?
23.
Yeah, that.
On that, yeah. You're fairly sure you can carve into this without doing any damage. So you set to carving away on this thing.
Do you want this in common?
Common's fine.
Alright. And Lus is going to have you basically going to basically touch a part of the wheel and have you spell out what she's carving.
Yep.
And we're just going to do that.
If you've any questions, any of the names or about the remaining spots, by all means. Or like where they're being placed.
Well, I know Rumble. Who are the rest of these names? I know Sam. I heard you say Tinderbox.
Tinderbox ain't dead yet, to my knowledge. He's one of the open spots. The rest of the crew, if any take a jump, I'll tell you about them. One of those spots is yours too.
I ain't dead yet.
Yet. It's if you do.
Fire. Do I get to pick which one of my names is going to be put here?
Of course.
All right. I'll come up with a good one just for you. Can't have just little old Melusine next to fucking face melter. That don't sound as fancy.
It was on the nose for them. Or on the spit, I guess.
Did they melt faces?
With acid, yes.
Oh.
They were dragonborn. Scales black as night. They just grab. Bleh.
Oh. Alright. That's something.
They were relatively tame apart from that.
Alright. Well, I guess just let me know whenever you need a new one put on there. And
You'll know. Except
See,
if
you
it's
s-
yours.
you say this, but I ain't very smart. So
If we find Tinderbox dead, there's one. If Feather dies, there's the other. And you're the last.
alright. You think Feather's mad at me?
But if Feather's more angry at me, you'll be fine.
Will he?
If he's not, I'll make him more angry at me. Clear his head out.
I don't want you two to fight. You're brothers.
Don't see any difference between you and I being siblings in that regard. You just care for each other.
But I also care for you. So
Exactly. And we fight. So why wouldn't I fight with Feather for being an idiot about you?
we don't fight, we dance. We bicker.
The head's just gonna rotate. No, we fought when you got my claws out.
Oh, that was such a good one. Told me you're gonna break my arm to figure out what the fuck this shield does. I miss those times. They were a lot simpler. Not as much bullshit going on.
What the open sea was good for.
Yeah. I can only hope we get back to that. Can you still do that claw thing?
Don't know. I'm
Wanna
not
find out?
really.
Not now, but I'm a little busy.
I have an idea about that, and it does involve.
My favorite kind of ideas.
All I'll need to do is just give you a little high five, and then have you dance with someone and just let loose.
All right. Well,
You good, Brant?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just wanted to let the sentence be finished there. At this point, you're all going to hear something off fairly in the distance. Something large. Some kind of huge creature. And Moradon's going to kind of look off in its direction, then pick up the lantern and reach inside to whatever it is he does to put this out. He'll look at you all and say, "We don't want to be getting any more attention." It goes back to pitch black again.
Ish.
lava lamp.
Yeah.
Unless I'm asleep.
Unless you're asleep. Then it is pitch black.
Hmm?
And it is pitch black whenever you're asleep.
Is
Yeah,
there...
Luz will sleep after the watch is done on her end.
Okay.
The watch was genuine bullshit. It was, hey, I want to check in on you, and then I need this thing done, and then it blows up, and I'll take full watch again.
Anything else to be done between the rest of the party before rest is taken?
Just quick thing. After about an hour, just plate of food is just through the door. Not Ariel himself, just the food.
Okay, so you're giving food to Moradon.
Oh no, to Luz.
To Lus.
Because they're outside on watch.
So, you guys are given food. Any response to that, Lus?
Thank you, Ariel.
Welcome.
You gonna be nosy, Ariel?
Nope.
Cool.
Proud of you.
Then is that everything? At least for this portion of long rest and such. Cool. Then I think we may actually be just on time. Okay, we're slightly over. We're going to take our 15-minute break there. Do not go anywhere, folks. You're going to want to see what is going to come next. We're going to be moving on after a long rest. Who knows what could happen on the next leg of the journey. Check back in with us at 35 minutes past, because we're about to take our 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you very, very soon. Hi there, folks. Welcome back to part 2. Tom was muted, so I'm going to say it. Egg. Okay, so we just left off with the party beginning to settle down into a long rest. Moradon is finally free of the lie detector and is settling down to begin to actually sleep, not trance. Sleep. Some things that I was going to say when we got to this point. Number 1. Everybody in the party will see Feather get up and leave. He doesn't swim, he actively walks along the bottom of the seabed and kind of... Well, down here pretty much anything disappears off into the darkness as soon as it leaves, 40 feet of you. But yeah, he actively leaves, disappears into the darkness style thing. Feel free to do with that as you wish. Moradon is going to kind of settle down towards the corner of, or towards the diagonal cardinal point on this circular room that you're in, muttering a little bit about how he still doesn't quite understand how Sicalians do this, i.e. sleep in spherical rooms. He does drag the body of this aberration out and kind of leave it outside.
About that.
Yeah?
That inside that body is where Echo is sleeping.
I guess he's not doing that then.
No, it's fine. Reaver's
He
technically
can.
outside, so
Yeah, he can.
go with it. It's funnier.
Okay. Echo, for a moment you feel suddenly weightless as he's using telekinesis to lift it and carry it out. And he just kind of sends it off. It'll float about 15 feet away and then just kind of onto the ground outside.
I feel like it's a moment. Okay, we're fine. I guess technically their hiding spot doesn't change. So.
Oh no, nothing reveals that there's somebody inside it at all.
Nope. So they just settled
And I'm
back
not gonna
down.
lie, he's not looking for somebody inside the body.
Exactly.
Reaver, I believe you said that you had something you wanted to do.
If Feather's leaving, I'm assuming I'll catch his eye, and it'll be just that. Are you good to move?
He doesn't say yes, but he doesn't say no.
Following.
You follow him for a while. Before eventually he'll turn around and... Whatever you're going to ask, Reaver, just ask it. Just get it out and over and done with, please.
I was just making sure you're okay. Lus thinks you're mad at them.
No. I'm not.
That's what I said.
But there is things that are making me worry and start to consider some things. Her father does not like me. And I could care less. But something he said has resonated within me. Or to be more frank, something that Lus said. She'll die before she sees a third of her father's age. A third of her father's potential age. I am older than her father by several times. I mean, not physically. Physically, I just kind of stopped aging. But I've been alive much longer. And I will be alive much longer as long as I am what I am. And I'm only useful when I am what I am. So what do I do? Do I try and convince her to become something like me? Or do I try and find a cure and become adequate?
Is he looking for an answer? Or is he just rhetorical?
I think it's more like he's in like an emotional word vomit now, but he doesn't have the emotional tone to his voice to back it up.
Okay.
It's like
gonna...
logical soundboarding, but you know, he's not actually being logical. He's being emotional with a logical tone.
So, slightly revealing myself because I don't know if Feather's clocked it yet, but he's gonna take a very Archie-like pose, which is like the resting pose, and just go, "Well, you told me to fuck off, and I thought we agreed we both were. Learn how to die and be with her."
Until I figure out how to do that. That doesn't end my lifespan. She'll have to deal with people looking at her and me the way that her father looked at me. She thinks
That's what the ship was
She thinks
for.
that I'm mad at her. I'm worried why she isn't mad at me.
Because she loves you, you idiot.
I don't think that's accurate. I certainly think that she cares for me. I don't think it's quite on the level of love yet. I believe that the reason that I love the way I love right now is because liches are not supposed to feel emotions, so when we do, it comes in an excessive amount.
Take it from someone who saw it and was... And there's going to be that pause when they think back to Lily. Take it from someone who saw it. It's there. Don't lose it. Don't give a fuck about anyone else's opinions, her dad included. You're the smartest idiot ever, and she's just an idiot. So lose the smart part by breaking this lich thing.
I don't like her father's secrecy.
Neither do I.
And I'm scared that his secrecy and his schoolboy antics and fantastical notions of great deeds and shining knighthoods are going to get her and everybody else hurt. He's already spoken about Ariel's family name. So now suddenly Ariel is going to want to keep him around because of the information. The exact same thing with Echo. He just so happens to have all of the information that every one of us is looking for. That's coincidental. A little too coincidental. Perhaps I'm being paranoid, but Paranoia exists only when there is no logical reasoning for something else to be there.
Well, if that comes up, you know I'm always good in a fight.
I don't want it to come to a fight. Well, that's a lie. Part of me wants to. Part of me wants it to be a fight because part of me wants to lock him inside this necklace so that I can hear him screaming. For all of eternity. But then part of me understands that that's not okay to do that. And that I shouldn't want to do that. I'm unsure. And I don't like being unsure. I'm used to being the smartest person in a room. And right now I feel like the dumbest because I don't know what to do next.
You are a thinker, and I am someone who very much is an action-based person. Agreed?
I'd say that's incredibly accurate.
Reaver's brief stint as captain showed me something about you, buddy. You'd kill us for Lus. And the spectre form's going to come out and smile. That's something worth dying for. Fuck everything else. There's my only advice I'll give you. You gave up everything for being a lich. I think that's how that works. Now take everything to keep her.
If this thing that I may choose to do involves me leaving, make sure she doesn't end up having to be locked in a box. I'm not going to ask you to take care of her. She can take care of herself. She's probably capable of taking care of herself more than anybody in this group is capable of taking care of themselves. Just don't let her be locked in a box.
Fine. It was always cramped in there anyway. Now go apologize to her.
I have to do something first.
Alright. And he's just gonna rest and just wait, and this spectre's gonna go back in.
Oh, okay, I have an audience. And he's going to take out the phylactery. And he's going to look at it, and when he looks at it, it's mostly disgust on his face, but there's a little bit of like that kind of hungry look to it. And he puts his hand, raises his hand up, and then almost like he's snatching something. And he pulls. He pulls back as if he's pulling on some invisible cord, and you watch as that runner from the Grecan merfolk is pulled, like his spiritual essence is drawn out. You can see his face frozen in a silent scream as he's ripped from the phylactery. And then as he's pulled out, Feather makes a face almost like he's inhaling, like a, and as he does so, that flows into him. His eyes go that like black sclera, bright green irises, the guise that he keeps up drops and his full lich appearance manifests. And you see that kind of bluish green necrotic energy start to knit that big gaping wound in his chest back together. And as it does, as he finishes that, he gives this like real deep satisfied exhale, like, you know, like when you've been like working all day in the garden and then like you get like a really really cold drink and you drain it, and then afterwards it's like that that is much better. When he's talking, this is very much the lich. You can see him as he's like flickering his fingers, and you can see those little dances of necrotic energy around his fingers. Any reaction?
Did the eye stay black?
Yes.
Just the simple matter. We good, Feather?
I'm going to need an insight check on that one.
Okay. And is it my normal 10, or is it the lich that I'm dealing with? Instead of like, are you giving that a different score?
This is an active insight check, not like a, you know, roll above a 10 and all's good. No, this is an active one, so I'm going to need like a full
17 base. Insight 17 base. 17. I do not have any plus to insight.
When you say feather, he kind of, it's like a part confusion, part hurt. And then he looks at the necklace and kind of sees, like in the reflection, you can see him kind of squinting and moving his head around. Then he puts the necklace back into a belt pouch that he has. And he closes his eyes and takes a breath, and when he opens them again, that blackness is receding. It's coming back to those standard kind of icy blue eyes that he has.
Welcome back, Celia. Welcome back, brother.
It's starting to get harder. Harder to keep it back.
Then stop doing it.
And then eventually, I'm going to start looking like that lich again. The illusion only lasts as long as I feed the meter.
I ain't smart. I'll do what I can to help, but you got to tell me what to do in that regard.
There's nothing that can be done. I just have to do it to the minimum capability that I have.
I meant finding a way to break it. Anyway.
Most likely breaking it is going to involve some kind of deal with whoever created the process of becoming it. Either way, I'm done here. Can we go back?
Yeah. You walk, or do you need to carry it? And that's very much like in a sarcastic tone, but actually is genuine.
He just rolls his eyes and like, I swim faster than you.
Does he?
Yes.
Okay. My brain's thinking of the new move speed.
He has polymorph.
Ah, okay, yeah.
But he just kind of laughs and starts walking his way back. Anything else that you would like to do, Reaver? No?
Just thinking, there's a quip, but I can't think of anything potentially else.
Feel free to make your quip if you would like to.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to think of, like, is there anything that would be smoother than that? No, the quip is simply, and remember, you told me to fuck off, but I'm doing great.
That's true. You are indeed doing great.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Then I'll jump back to the rest of the party. Guys, anything that you guys would like to do before settling in for your long rest?
I'm in a corpse.
I'm inside a corpse.
Since I don't need full 8 hours, Ariel is going to, once everyone is asleep, just go like outside the building and around, still staying in the area, and is just gonna have a quick like practice session with himself, just going over sword movements.
Okay.
Just practicing.
Are you doing that in witness of me? Because don't sleep, remember?
Are you just staying outside?
Yeah, sharpening blade, doing the same thing. Repetitive, like I'm just guarding.
Yeah. Not in eye line of view, but it will pass and be like, I'm just gonna go around the corner for about an hour. Nothing dangerous, nothing to worry about. I'll be right back.
Listen, if you need to make a sock puppet show, you do that.
What? But what?
It's good, buddy.
I'm very confused. No, I'm gonna pull out one of the rapiers. I'm just gonna go practice.
Okay. He just laughs.
Here. Is that a surface thing?
It's all good, you Glaikit witch.
Okay.
Nice use of the word Glaikit.
Both Tom and Ariel are going, the fuck?
Glaikit is a Scottish word that means...
Figured.
It means like, it's not dumb or stupid or something like that. It's more like a... Like, you know, sometimes like you say something to somebody and they say something back and you're just like... It's less like you're so dumb and more like, how can you miss that common sense?
Ah, gotcha. I'm gonna... You know, actually, this would be... I'd be dumb not to monopolize on this opportunity. You think you could, like, give me some pointers? I mean, you're damn good with the blade. I'm very much just learning.
Blade, axe, spear, shield, cannon.
Weapons. Yeah, and I'm a wee babe.
You want something to fight?
No, you kick my ass.
I didn't say me. And I'm just gonna snap my finger, and the pet's gonna go straight out.
I appreciate it. I'm not looking to like practice on fighting. I'm just trying to get like the technique down. If you wouldn't mind some pointers, I'd listen.
All right. Looks at the pet, guard Marisol, and goes straight back.
For about an hour.
I'm going to be horrendously strict on him.
Yep.
The slightest slip up, again.
Yep. That's exactly how I figured it was going to happen.
How does it go?
Not great. Rolled a 6, so it's a lot of do it again, do it again, do it again.
A couple of whacks on the back of the head and being told, like,
Yep.
Get your ass in gear, come on, like.
Yeah.
Would you give the rapier over if Reaver holds out the hand?
Ooh, this could be fun. Make a persuasion check.
I'm not going to say anything. It's going to be a look of hand.
Yeah. It's very much the, like, Ariel understands your fighting style and you are brutal as fuck.
If you want to, okay, I'll roll persuasion if you want. And I'll simply say, this isn't how I used to fight. 11.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Ariel will give the non-magic-y looking one over to you.
Cool.
Malice old rapier.
Bran, I'm going to show him. You use 2 weapons, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Do you have a second spell, or even like Bran? Can I find like a stick or something to basically resemble Tooth?
Actually, yeah, he'll hand over the one of his daggers, and then hold out the crude dagger in his offhand, just to like kind of mirror you.
Okay. I'm basically going to show him how to basically carve into people, but using the rapier to kill. So Tooth is very much designed to like make someone dodge or swing, and then just driving straight forward. The difference between Ariel and this body would be brutality. Is like the blade goes through where the stomach and just not stop, whereas you would probably just stop at the heart. Reaver still just goes full through.
Okay.
Ariel, make me a performance check.
Man, can you get out of the dice tray?
But on top of performance, I would also like you to add your dexterity modifier to it as well.
Oh.
So roll performance and then add whatever your dex modifier is to that, as well as your charisma modifier and proficiency bonus if you have it or not.
Okay, so okay. This is math.
Give me the numbers, I'll do it for you.
25.
Ooh.
$25 in total?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Under Reaver's tutelage, as you begin to pick this up, I will now say you're just warlock right now, yeah?
Straight warlock.
Straight warlock. Warlocks don't get fighting styles, do they?
No, that will come into play once. Spoilers. Once Ariel takes a level in Bard.
Okay. Let me just check something out first.
There is a feat though.
That's what I'm going to look at. I just want to make sure things are bop 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 bop.
That's what Reaver, well, Archie was. He was the wielder barbarian.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why I was like, hey, use the rapier.
Okay.
Hand over.
Yep.
So here's what I'm going to give you, right? You can take the dual wielder feat. Not dual weapon, not like master or anything like that, but you can have the dual wielder feat.
I already have that feat.
Oh, you do? Okay, cool, then never
Yep.
mind. Then you get nothing. You get nothing.
Cool. It's all good.
What I'll say is, I know that not all of them are there, but when you do take barge and you do look for a fighting style, if dual weapon fighting isn't there, I'll still allow you to take it.
Sick.
Okay, cool. So that's Reaver and Ariel until Ariel goes for his nap. Lus, Echo. Anything you guys would like to do before settling in for your long rest?
Echo?
You're currently inside a corpse, Echo.
Correct.
Just in case you'd forgotten that part. You know, just in case. I just want to be very clear about everybody's positions right now. Ariel and Reaver are about 40 feet away from the front door, trading. Lus is inside, being angsty. Feather is heading inside, also angsty. Moradon is tucked away in a wee circular corner bit because he himself is an anomaly, and therefore he can be in a circular corner. And
also
you,
angsty.
Also angsty. There's lots of angst inside, and you, Echo, to be incredibly clear and without any kind of glancing over the point, are inside a corpse.
Correct. Really, all Echo's doing is occasionally keeping watch, like, on what's happening outside the corpse by, like, finding enough of an opening to where their senses can perceive kind of through it, but not enough to where they would necessarily be able to be perceived, especially not easily, and then otherwise spending their time in this corpse working some things out that they're going to want to do the next day.
Okay. But nothing else at this current moment in time. Alright, Lus.
Lus is going to, after going inside from leaving Reaver, has basically spent time at like a 20-foot distance away from her dad.
That's about the max that you'll get.
Yeah, not even like... It's like starting there, and it's doing like the kid thing of like getting closer and closer and closer, like at like an angle to try to, and it like trying to make it like, I'm trying to get comfortable at the strange place where we totally killed something. Oh no, there's viscera over there. That's a weird blood stain. Oh, that's a skull. And it's just kind of like eventually settles on like the edge of comfort to where like try not to disturb him. She's just gonna be a little bit weird and watch him sleep for a little while, because it's still not really dawning on her that he's alive and here.
Okay.
And just kind of like realizing that that's like, oh, I'm being fucking creepy. Huh. He doesn't know me, I don't know him. Alright, fine. And she will settle into basically on like the, against one of the walls, because she sleeps sitting up. She's a fucking weirdo. She will basically lean up against it, using her tentacles as kind of like a place to rest her head. And they do the kind of like self-soothing motion again, where it's like they basically rest on where her collarbone would be, like curling around and untangling until finally they get some kind of relaxed-ish position. And she's going to start humming to herself a lullaby that her mom used to do whenever she was a kid. Because every kid has like a lullaby. Like whenever they're restless, or if they, your parents fight, you fight with your parents, and it's kind of that like they come to tuck you in, and you're still a little bit like mad at them because petulant child. And it's kind of the, okay, well, you need to sleep. You have things to do tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very much like her tentacles are trying to do the thing of like a parent comforting a child, and she hugs to herself. And if Reaver catches any of that, because she's on the outward-facing wall near the door, because she does this for like a good hour before finally falling asleep, Reaver will recognize this as something that Lus has been doing forever. Usually whenever Drift has gone still, and it's just the two of them. And it's habit that hasn't presented itself as much since we've been moving a ton.
As you start... Sorry, just a moment. As you start humming, in his sleep, your father will smile and will start humming as well.
In his sleep? That's weird. She's got a perception of 13. I don't think she notices that. She stops staring at him, not wanting to make him uncomfortable.
With a passive perception of 13, I'll also give you that when Feather comes in, he kind of looks at you and then opens his mouth as if to speak, and then just kind of like closes it and then goes over to sit by a wall.
It's fine. It's fine.
I rolled the save and it came up bad. I'm so sorry.
Fine. They're just gonna be a little tense for a little while. It'll be fine. But she does fall asleep sitting up like she usually does, with Tooth on her hip, the crew dagger on the other. One of her other daggers also like next to the crew dagger, and she sleeps with her shield on her lap because her shield hasn't left her arm this entire time.
Okay.
And she knocks the fuck out.
All right.
My girl's totally well adjusted.
No, I heard somebody try to speak a moment ago, so...
It was me wanting, but you've given me the context time of when that happened, or I wouldn't have been there. So for the context thing of if that's the sleeping thing for like Drift, my simple question was Echo asleep during that moment? Because I get Echo's feelings. So if Echo would make me feel sleepy and then I'm hearing the lullaby, I would ask the DM, does it make me fall asleep? But if I wouldn't be there...
So for the sake of an interesting idea of roleplay, because obviously I've got it mapped in my head what it's like, but not in that. I'm going to say not in the rec-born sense and not in the conventional sense, but you do find yourself able to almost like lucid dream.
Have fun, Archie.
Actually, hold the fucking bus. Hold the fuck up.
Fuck would Archie be dreaming of? Oh, yeah. Because I've also got the nightmare madness, remember?
I'm not thinking about that. Fuck that shit.
Fuck.
Fucking shit out of that shit.
We've not had a whole load of Reaver backstory.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
This is going to deviate slightly from the plan I had. Does the party mind if I take 10 minutes to just like kind of hone right in on Reaver's trauma? Just, Reaver's not had any trauma yet, okay? I think it's his fucking turn. What trauma have you had? What trauma have you
The
had?
nightmares, the split, the finding out my wife murdered me with my crewmate, the entire crew's dead.
Orphan?
Stabbed Feather.
Cult.
Excuse me, wife?
Scientific experiment.
Well, yeah, fiance, sorry, rather than wife. Yeah, no, Lillian, the promise was to marry when they got back. You knew this, Tom. As Ariel.
Yeah, I know. You said fiance, then you said wife, and I was like, what?
Here's what you're going to see in this lucid dream. You're in Saltport. You have your hands. You can can feel the sand beneath your feet. You can feel the waves washing up and that cold overcoming. And from behind you, you're going to hear a voice. There's always, like, one who just has to go against the grain of everything, you know?
Shelly?
No.
Okay.
Shelly talks like this. This is more like, imagine, if you will, if there was like a intensely intelligent being that was played by Joe Pesci.
Okay. That's a mood.
Yeah. A couple of things are going to come with this. One, the metallic tang and smell of blood. Two, the sound of ticking. Tick, 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 tick. And you feel a compulsion to look behind you. And what you're going to see is the most ridiculous looking humanoid you've ever seen in your life. If leprechauns had a slightly taller version, that's what this guy looks like. He looks like a halfling, but if a halfling had fey or what you'd call elven features. He wears a very fine purple waistcoat, purple trousers, bright green welly boots, and what looks to be some kind of long, like to the ankles, yellow coat. He has on a pair of literal rose glasses. And in his hand he's holding a watch. And it's like a little, like, you know, like the old school pocket watches? But it's shaped like a heart. He snaps it shut and tucks it inside his waistcoat and he goes, "You were supposed to just die. And then it'd all be over. That would have been it. Done. Finito. Kaput. Instead, you had to be resilient and spiteful and all that other loathsome mortal shit. And now I'm gonna have to get involved."
Of course, it's Joe Pesci.
Now here's the thing, I don't like to get involved. I'm not supposed to get, well, I mean, I'm always technically involved. There's never a place that Mr. Tiny can't get to. But you've done like the most dangerous thing you can do. With your words and your temper tantrums and you look at my sword, I'm gonna break this thing. You've pissed me off. So, what's it gonna take for you to stop this little tirade that you got going?
It's Tinderbox, I'm assuming, correct? I'm just double checking my head that this is Tinderbox.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait a fucking second. No, my brain just put the two and two together. Right.
You have seen this person's side profile on coins in a fountain.
Yep.
You don't know a name. You don't even know like a people they belong to. You don't know a culture that began their worship. But this being's personage is affiliated with luck. They're not a god. They're not called a god. They're something much older, much more ancient, much more twisted.
I'm just gonna start breathing heavily. As if I can smell blood. I'm just seconds from snapping and raging as I'm looking at him.
What's the matter? You asthmatic or something? Like, you got a problem? Do you need medical assistance?
You will.
She always did pick the dumb ones. As you kind of do that kind of like look, he smiles at you like, oh, the penny drop did it. Yeah.
How many?
Oh, gods. How many grains of sand lie upon the beach? How many stars adorn the sky? How many drops of blood can you get out of a human being's body bag? All depends on how hard you squeeze.
You got a name?
You can call me Desmond.
Well, Desmond, I'm glad I've caught your interest. Why do you want me to stop?
'Cause you're making problems. Now see, I'm a background character. Vitally important to the workings of everything. But also so important as to go majorly unnoticed except by big hitters and heavy players. You are currently neither. But you're an annoyance to the ones who potentially could be. Therefore, I would not like to exert myself and overextend my physical attention to remove you from play personally.
This is Archie dreaming, correct? So it's Archie's full mentality.
That's for you to decide.
Oh. Okay. You talk about big hitters. That's always the goal. Looks like you're helping me out again. The goal was to be more famous than Blackbeard. Now I'll be known as the one who fucking killed Luck. Every temple you have, I'll break. Every cleric that worships your shitty little ass will bleed.
You know, I like you. But you know, like in the way that you like the ant before you crush it with your boot. You got moxie. I can appreciate that. You got pizzazz. I can respect that. But you also got one other thing. Would you like to know what that is?
Reaver's gonna float through my back as the spectral form this time. Infinite lives.
No, the other thing you got is not a fucking clue who you dealing with.
Never stopped me before.
Never stopped you before. It's because you're a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Like every other insignificant little mortal being that struts around like just because they can wield a big sword, suddenly they're some kind of big shot. You're nothing. Like I said, do you think and consider the grains of sands that you walk on before you, as you traipse down the beach? No, you don't. That's what you are. You're a grain of sand. All your friends, grain of sands. All your little crewmates who fell and drowned while you were locked up in a cage because you couldn't control yourself, grains of sand. The fucking monster that ripped your ship apart? Ship, what a fucking joke of a name for what that floating toothpick was. They're fucking grains of sand. You're nothing. And there are people who could be something. Entertaining, at least. I need you to get out of their way. Or keep causing me mischief, keep causing me problems. Because luck is just a dumb man's way of explaining what I am.
What's their names?
What's whose names?
These heavy hitters you want me to avoid. Get out of their way.
I'd love to tell you. I truly would. But then I'd have to kill you.
Buy me dinner first.
Your wish is entirely my command. Careful.
Let Lily know I'm coming. And I'm just gonna rage, claws out, and go for him.
As you go for him, you get an image that pierces through your mind. A black three-sided pyramid. A pathway of sand leading up to this pyramid, stained red with blood. Stakes along this pathway, with multiple desiccated corpses attached to them. A black throne sitting atop it, something that looks like a horrific combination of Imhotep's half mummified form and pyramid head. In one hand, a huge, rusted cleaver. And in the other, a chalice. This chalice is made from the upper portion of a skull, hollowed out, and with a metal rim that, in the very faint dim light that you glimpse this thing in, you can tell it is razor sharp. The bottom part of it is made from the top part of the skull that's been removed, attached to the elbows of two hands like this, twined together with catgut. The only thing that makes you understand that this is some other form of this being is the smile. That all-knowing, all-menacing smile. Looking upon you and imagining your body decorating one of these spikes outside of whatever this place is something that is of true glee and enjoyment to them. That's a bit of an insight into your backstory. Would you like to wake up? Or would you like to be paraded by these types of images for the next however long before you eventually snap into consciousness?
Oh. Probably the realistic form is I'll just keep going for him, and if I get killed and if I don't get snapped out of the dream, I'll just keep going.
Okay.
And if need be, more of a monster will form, the tail, the teeth, Reaver, whatever I need to do, just keep going to kill it.
Okay, so until you wake, this is what's going to happen based on your choice of action there. You're going to die a multitude of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Not like physically, your body's absolutely fine, you're completely fine, you're
Oh
not...
yeah, the Dormammu style, hey, Dormammu coming up, dead.
Exactly.
Dead.
Exactly. But like, if Dormammu was the Cenobites from Hellraiser.
Go.
Horrific, horrible ways. I'm just going to leave it at that for the sake of gore and
Yeah.
such. Just leave it at that.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to give you insanity on it though.
Go.
And the reason I'm not is because this entity wants you to be completely full and formed of mind, so you will remember this.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also like you to remove the insanity you currently have.
Okay. Concern. I have only one question. How
Yes.
much does that half Imhotep side look like feather?
Nah, not at all.
Cool, not the first lich that I'm dealing with right now. Cool, that's fine.
It's like asking if liches and mummy lords look the same.
Absolutely fine. It was just is this the first lich? No, cool. Oh boy.
No, this is not a lich. But cool, awesome. I'm going to leave you there now in your constant infinite loop of death.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take a minute and work out. Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. It comes to the next day. Because of the darkness, I'm going to say the only people who will be awake naturally would probably be people who are used to these depths. And I mean like used to as in spends the majority of their time there. Echo and Moradon will wake before everybody else. You guys will have a kind of innate sense of when you have slept for the, set amount of time. The rest of you are in a state of, it is dark, I am not used to this dark, my body is telling me it is still time to be asleep. Echo, as you wake, you can see Moradon just kind of looking at Lus. As you awake, as you crawl out of this thing's chest.
So, I was about to say, as Echo very crawls their way out of the chest with covered in blood and viscera and shit. That's horrifying. Just dawned on me that upon exit, that's not a pretty sight. They crawl out of this creature. Blood, gore, viscera. I'm gonna insert check more in the process.
Poor man.
You want insight check?
Stabs loose.
Oh yeah. This is a regular insight. 23.
23, okay. So before he catches a sight of you, he's pretty at peace. He's got a look of someone who's trying to make out if something is an illusion or not. Until he sees you, and then it's like, a brief moment of, what the fuck, and then realising, oh, okay, it's you. Okay. But there is that moment of kind of like, hand clutching as... Good morning, Echo. Did you...
There's like a swell of pride at that reaction.
Did you sleep comfortably?
Slept safely. We slept.
Fantastic. That is not the question I asked, but I will happily accept the answer. I was just about to wake everyone. Is that okay with you?
Are you going to be like Malith?
I don't understand what that means.
Malith didn't like being near us. Malith knew what we could do. Well, Malith knew a fraction of what we could do. It was the really tame faction. Like, honestly, we're a little concerned on that front.
I have nothing against you, Echo. So no, I guess in that sense I'm not going to be like Malith.
You have nothing against us, and yet you regret part of what got us here.
Yes, I do.
You never told us what that was, what that regret was.
We weren't supposed to try and break any of the prisoners out. We were supposed to get there, get the person who was to be extracted and leave. But I made the choice to take a number of them and go and try and break you and others like you out. I lost 17 men. To be specific, I lost 17 people. Men, women, and those between. Because I made a mistake. We managed to break the cages of one. We managed to break the grip of one. And every single one of those people that died for it, they will say that that was worth it. That's still 17 people who died because I made a silly decision. An unprepared decision. We could have came back. We could have waited for more people to arrive and came at them with a full force. But I just had to prove to people that I was worth being where I am. So, yes. I'm not sorry that you're free. You deserve freedom like everybody else deserves freedom. I am sorry that my stupidity in pursuing your freedom caused 17 people to die.
How did they die?
The very things they were trying to save.
You said you got one cage open. That means there's only one option.
We only got one cage open. But there was someone we didn't account for being there. someone who had more control over the cages than what we expected. We were partway out, and then the frenzy happened. I understand what you're getting at. No, you weren't responsible for my people dying.
It's honestly a surprise.
Based on what I know about you, I can understand that.
Why do you keep so many secrets from us? All of us?
Because for the past 60 years, secrets were all I've had. Why do you refer to yourself as we and us?
Because we are not one person. We are many.
And it's what you've known. If
There are literally people constantly speaking in our head. Yes.
If I was to tell you to separate yourself from that and speak only as your singular person, would that be something you could do straight away? To me, secrets are like that. Sharing them is not something I can just immediately do.
Wake Lus and the others.
Moradon will go over and he goes to put his hand on you, Lus, to jolt you awake, and then kind of like... Maybe not. So he uses telekinesis to just give you like a little jostle awake.
I think the arm with the shield just like waves. It's just and then just kind of like crosses arms, trying to lean back. It's like, oh wait, we're traveling. I am not back in the Shackleton Drift. It's kind of like comes to very slowly, looks up, expecting to see Reaver. Sees Moradon instead. It's just like, oh, I'm still dreaming. Okay, 5 more minutes. And then just goes back. And then it takes a moment, hits her, and she's wide the fuck awake. It just looks up like, I'm awake. It's fine. Alright. And just gets up. Looks at her dad. Kind of just does the... This is really awkward. Eventually the awkward will stop, right?
I'm hoping so.
Alright. I would like the awkward to stop soon. And it's gonna go to Feather.
Okay.
Is he meditating? Is he just standing somewhere? Is he just sitting somewhere?
He's like helping pack up stuff.
Uh-huh. She's not even gonna say anything. She's just gonna help him with whatever he's doing.
Okay. You don't say anything to him, you're just helping him.
I think at some point she's probably just like, where do you want me to put this? And it's just something random of the stuff that he's packing up.
You turn and you say this to him, and he looks at you and goes, I'm not mad at you.
That doesn't tell me where to put this.
I don't care where they get put. I don't care where any of this. But I don't even know if I'm packing up the correct things.
Oh.
I'm not mad at you.
What?
Reaver,
About that?
Reaver says you think I'm mad at you.
Reaver. Yes, I thought you might be mad at me because I kind of put a hole in you.
That wasn't you.
Alright. I'm glad you're not mad at me.
Does it bother you?
You get mad at
Does it bother you that your dad doesn't like me?
No.
Does it bother you that what your father said highlighted to you that at one point I will outlive every single aspect of you? And you will
No.
die.
Why would that bother me? You're here now. Hopefully you'll be here tomorrow. Anything tries to kill you, I kill it first. That's just kind of how it goes. Unless it's me. I'm kind of just depending on Reaver to stop me if I try to kill you. I think you can do it. If not Reaver, Echo.
Oh, Echo most certainly.
Yeah. So like, anything tries to kill you, I'll kill it. If I try to kill you, then they'll kill me. Marisol can do the healing stuff. Reaver can smack me hard enough to bring sense back to mine. Probably. You know, along with the killing part. I think as long as Echo doesn't eat my body. Though I am kind of curious what I taste like. That's neither here nor there. I'm not worried about what anybody thinks about you. If they insult you, I'll defend you. That's what I'm supposed to do. Just care about you. It's like what my daddy said. Way to best keep track of things is to marry somebody smarter than you. You're smarter than me.
Is that a proposal?
I think it's a little early for that.
I was about
Unless they
to
do
say.
things differently. Unless they do things differently in winter.
Oh no, most definitely not. Marriages are
Alright.
usually for the sake of convenience and are usually lengthy debates and contracts.
Well, I ain't very good at debating. That I don't think I've ever really dealt with a contract before that didn't have some kind of weird shit in it that I usually would just have somebody else look over. Not really my job field. But like, I don't know. Wouldn't be bad to be married to you, I don't think.
Just as long as we're aware, very soon. Like what? I don't mean that it is happening. But no. I mean it is very soon.
What is?
You know what we just spoke about. You know, I thought you were trying to do some kind of like sideways proposal, and you said no, it's a bit soon. I'm just agreeing. It's very soon.
Luz just kind of like looks very confused in this moment and just like turns to where her dad probably is. Is he watching us?
Yeah, his arms folded, and as you turn, look at me, just goes.
How long did you date Mama before y'all got married and had me?
Do you want the real question? Sorry, wrong accent. Do you want the real answer, or the answer that'll make you feel better about this current situation?
Did I come before or after the marriage part? Y'all were like legally married, right?
Technically not even legally married now. More
Just looks at her. Looks back at that.
Sicalians don't legally acknowledge marriages that are between Sicalians and outsiders, and well, Deep Elves don't usually do. It's very weird for deep elves to have, like, you know, 2 people in a set unit. Most of the times there's 3 or 4.
Oh, so I'm not as weird as I thought. All right. Nice to know. Then just
What's that? An entire culture built on polyamory? Hell
Right.
fucking yeah!
the harem is hereditary. It's fine.
Oh my
He's just the
god,
weird
I
one.
want that in a fucking t-shirt. The harem is hereditary.
Dad's just a weird one.
I want the harem is hereditary, and with every member of the harem just doing like different hot guy poses along the words. Like I want Feather doing the Burt Reynolds like across the front of it. I want like Malif in the middle of doing like standing on a step ladder polishing something and looking behind him. Like I want the hot guy poses on the harem is hereditary. Fucking do it.
God damn it, Selkie. I'm gonna immortalize that.
It needs to be.
I love how Selkie's
Let's
just like, Selkie's like, I needed a new art project, now here we go.
Luz is just looking between her dad giving her this information she did not know, and then looking at Feather, and it's just motioning to what her dad said, like, see, nothing's got a rigid structure to it.
Feather's just standing looking awkwardly at Moradon. Moradon's I'm gonna go wake up the other one.
Yeah,
Or the other
Yeah.
2.
yeah.
And he's gonna come over and he's gonna jostle you awake, Ariel, and jostle Malif awake. And Malif is... Yeah?
As he jostles Ariel awake, I'm gonna play into something like, oh shit, I only lost Bran.
My camera just randomly turned off for some reason.
Let's go.
I'm gonna put some real life stuff into RP if cool with that.
By all means, go for it.
As he goes and like jostles Ariel awake,
Mm-hmm.
there is that look of like panic, and like Ariel goes to grab at him.
Okay, you go to grab at him. You feel like a kind of like a force kind of stops you. You get to about here, and then a force kind of stops you. Well, actually, I suppose. Hold on a minute. Make me a. You're coming out of sleep. It's an instinctual thing. Make me an attack roll at disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's going to be a strength base. It's going to be as if it's an unarmed attack.
Oh, well, one of them was a natural 20. The other is 13.
Okay, so on a 13, you're not going to do it. As you reach out, and they just kind of like, it's not like a force or anything actually at this point because they don't need to shield it. As you like whoa, and go to grab, it just catches your wrists and is like. He just kind of sets them down gently on your lap and is like, just gonna move away from that now.
Sorry. He's just gonna like take a good 10 minutes and collect himself.
Alrighty. The journey to Deep Heart is going to start from the moment. Whoa! Okay. We got an echo. We got an echo finger up. Oh! Echo.
Yes.
What do you want?
What's that reaction?
So I was about to get into the as you step everywhere and you just went. I was like, ooh. So
There's something I want to check on
okay.
real quick.
By all means, what do you want to check on?
And it might be nothing. Want to check on Reaver / Archie. Waking up after that. And also the combination. I'm very curious about other characters as well. Echo just fucking covered in viscera and blood and gore.
One thing to remember.
That's what I want to do.
So the first part, absolutely. Second part, what to remember is that you are under war. So as you would come out, the majority of it would probably come off as you move around. But an organ.
The reason I asked,
right? Okay.
is because they don't move very far.
Oh, okay.
They're not having that movement to get like the stuff off of them. They didn't go up to Moradon for that conversation.
No, I understand that. I understand. I get where you're going. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
They would also actively be trying to keep as much of it on them as possible. Is the other thing.
Okay. I like the vibe. Brief retcon. This thing has no blood, it is ichor. Therefore, it'll be thicker, it'll be more like tar, and therefore it would stay on you more. Yeah. I think we'll do that. My player wants to have a stomach burster moment, therefore I'll change lore to give them their stomach burster moment. Okay, so you're covered head to toe in this thick, gloopy, such a dark purple that it is almost perceived as black. Ichor.
Aesthetic.
We would like reactions. How do people react when they see this? I'll tell you this right now. Malith screams. I'm not even rolling the save on that one. Malith sees it and gives like a like full on, like, if it was possible for it to be done, he would like leap off the ground a little bit.
That tracks.
Moradon is going to look at you with a look of like, why are you still there? Like, you can come out of the body. Oh my god, you're Detective Mittens.
I know the reference.
The same people that made Charlie the Unicorn made a thing called Detective Mittens. It's about a cat who is a cat. They're just a cat, by the way, right? But they're also a detective. But they're also a psychopathic serial killer. And one of the phrases used in it is, "No, Mittens, the corpse is not a litter box." And it's because Detective Mittens jumps inside the corpse and starts going me 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 and playing with the internal organs. You are Detective Mittens. I shall continue with my point. Feather at this point is just like, oh, Echo's in a good mood this morning, and just goes back to what he's doing. To the rest of you, what are your reactions to seeing Echo?
Not awake.
Oh,
I
Reaver's
don't
not
think
up
Lus isn't
awake.
phased by this. Lus just decides this is just an Echo thing. Echo's just a little strange. This is just an Echo thing.
yet.
At the moment,
I'll do it.
at the moment, Ariel can't react.
Okay.
Eventually. Before we start
Absolutely.
moving, while Papa is distracted, Lus is going to hug Feather. He lets her.
Of course he will.
Okay.
Because he's
Just wait.
gay!
That picked up on your mic. I'm brilliant.
What?
None of it
Sorry?
picked
None
up.
of it picked
Yeah,
up.
your mic
Okay.
blew out. No.
Okay, cool. So what I said there
Redacted.
was because, of course he does, because gay!
There it is.
So, yeah, you
Yeah.
come and hug him, and he just, it's like, for him, the awkwardness is no longer there. You come up, you hug him, and even though he's not like looking at you, just second nature, his arm goes around you.
He's gonna hug him. And she's just in Elvish going to, tell him it's just like, if I propose to you, it will be a whole spectacle. Don't worry. And then kiss him on the cheek. Then you peck.
He will.
Does
He will.
Lus need to wake up?
He will respond to that before that continues, and he will say, "It better be." Somewhere down the line, Lus convinces the party to go hunt a sea monster purely because she's force-fed it a ring, and it's so they can kill it, and she can pull the ring out by pulling out this thing's tonsils.
No, because Echo or Reaver would get to it first.
Echo's mid-chomp and going, "Why am I chewing metal?"
I'd at least find it and go, "Oh wait, I'm just gonna back out." But that'd probably like, why the fuck is Rita stop killing something?
That's the suspicious part. It would be so easy to clock that something's weird.
Anyway, Echo, please feel free to continue with what you were doing. These are the reactions you've been given. Normalcy, can't react, not awake. Little boy scream, mild concern, and Echo's in a good mood.
So the only thing from them on that is the pride. When Mouth screams, there's a flash of like gold under the ichor that makes them happy. But with that, I want to know what happens when someone wakes up. You know.
Okay, Reaver.
As far as I understand, the way you worded this, I'm not waking up till I kill them. So Lus, when you look out, this will be the first time you've seen Reaver still. Like, just still.
No.
Weapon not in hand.
You're not waking... No. So
okay.
You have got incorrect there. It's not... You don't wake up until you kill them inside that dreamscape. I'm going to put it politely. You can't kill them.
No, I know. But my point is, someone would have to jostle me. That's the goal of the not giving up.
Most definitely,
it
was more like they were putting you under. Think of it as like sleep paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
They've put you under, and you will wake up when they decide that you've had enough sleep.
Okay.
It's essentially the equivalent of a long rest. You would be stuck like this for 8 hours before they would go, "Okay, now I'm bored of this, so get up."
Okay.
But I will say that if somebody jostles you, then yeah, you can wake up as well.
Absolutely fine. So yeah, it would be, that was my thought. It wasn't like that permanent thing, it was the, hey, if Lus looks outside, I'm still just flat off, still trying in that dream state. Unless you're saying that I've been told to wake up by this Desmond.
No, I'd say it's more Moradon that kind of gets to you and, you know, hand on and jostles.
Oh.
Rip. Nice knowing you, Father.
Bran, odds or evens?
Even Stevens was a terrible TV show, so I'm going to say odds.
Okay, odds is Reaver. Hell, Reaver's waking up. And just grabs the blades and just is ready to start moving, but doesn't. And when they just go pyramids. Then they'll notice Echo and she'll be like, okay. Reaver is the one who's desperately trying to internalize, dying probably over 1,000 times. Archie would be like, cool, just ask questions and kill things. So yeah, I wake up, I'm like, notice, hang on, have I froze? No?
No, you're good.
You're good.
Everyone's just silent there, like, have I froze? No. Yeah, no. Reaver's desperately trying to internalize that. So I doubt it'll work. But yeah.
Okay.
Moradon will also be like that. Yeah, that's all.
With everybody waking, with everybody doing their thing, do you guys leave this little building that you guys have camped in?
I think he needed to try to find the key that Shadril had. Was one of the things that still needed to be done before we leave here.
I would say before he's moved the body outside, he's looted the body. He has the key available to him.
Gotcha.
Is there anything anybody wants to investigate? Anything anybody wants to have a look at before leaving this place?
Anyway.
Sure. Yeah. Because Ariel's paranoid at the moment.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm just gonna, like, as everyone's packing up, just do a 360 on the room and see if there's, like, anything that stands out or looks interesting or looks like was watching.
So you're doing a 360, not looking for anything specific, it would be a perception check you'd be doing there. So if you can roll that perception check for me, and I'm gonna give you advantage, Ariel. What is with everybody's faces? All I said was I'm giving him advantage, and everybody's like, "Oh, I don't like this."
Natural 20 for a 23.
Total 23. Do we reward the crit? Do we reward the night? Yes, we fucking do. I'm going to revisit a point I've made earlier. We've done a lot. We've done quite a wee bit of Lus stuff, right? We've done a fair wee bit of Echo stuff. We've not done a lot of Marisol stuff, but I can't do a lot of Marisol stuff without Marisol. We've not done a lot of Ariel and Reaver stuff, so I'm going to give you a 2-for-1 special.
Oh, good. It's not me.
As you look around, you don't see anything that stands out. But you know how I described it, because you can't smell underwater, your sense of scent is more like your sense of taste?
Mm-hmm.
You taste decay in the water.
From anywhere specific?
From outside. And you can hear whistling. Now here's what I'm going to say, Ariel. You can hear the whistling, but you don't recognise the song. Reaver, however, does. It's an old shanty. And then this is something that everybody will hear on top of that perception check. Okay? You get the extra stuff, Ariel. You can taste rot and decay in the water. Reaver, you can hear the whistling. The rest of you can hear the whistling, but on top of that, you can hear the hard clacking of something. It's not stone, it's not metal, it's softer than stone. Still hard. Like if you were to take dry wood and rattle them off each other repeatedly and quickly. What would you like to do? I'm going to say this one is Reaver and Ariel. What would you two like to do? Because usually the ones that can get some kind of recognition here.
I will pass to Ariel first. I've done a fair bit of session.
Ariel, what would you like to do?
Oh, many things. First off is I'm swimming to Reaver. just gonna swim up. Its voice is still shaky. I think they found us. Or they're at least close by.
Ariel, what's your passive insight? Is it above 11?
13.
So you get to see something no one's seen in the eyes before. Is it just they're still waking up, check up their eyes? In the glow of the eyes is pure terror. Reaver is scared.
Oh, fuck you too. What's going on, buddy?
And then when they'll hear the whistle, because then they'll focus in, you said they're here, I'll hear the thing, and then the terror's going to stop. And I'm just going to look for it.
Coming from outside, very easy to tell that.
Do we see?
Not from here.
There's only one place that shanty could be coming from, in the sense of, where would I have heard this shanty?
On board the ship.
I will just scream out blunder as hard and as loud as I can.
Glad you remember my name, Reaver.
Reaver's gone, Archie's out and going.
Well, that's a disappointment. So you make your way outside?
Well, I'm wanting to kill, yeah.
Okay.
Unless I'm seeing more than just blunder, and I might have the cognitive to think for a second.
You do see more than just blunder.
Oh, okay.
You see blunder in about 10 of these rotted and decayed looking cultists, but they're wrapped with these foul looking bandages. Blunder standing there looking like the beginnings of decay are settling in, but the new thing you will notice about him is that he no longer has his standard hands. He has these bony appendages from the elbow down. And he gets to his hand and it's as if somebody has extended the bones of his fingers on his hand, making them wide and spindled but razor sharp. On top of that, his tusks are much larger. Instead of being just here, they jut like out and curve up. You're not the only one who's had a makeover, old friend.
Still chasing my coattails. And I'm just going to wave the fingers. And just yell for the crew. Just echo, feather, Lus, Marisol. Ariel, you would be following me or not following? If you didn't follow, I'll yell for you too. It's more the point of you'll have seen me go.
Ariel, would you have followed him outside?
You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ariel would have followed. Just because Ariel believes that anything around Reaver is safe because while we're here, and I was wrong. So yeah, I'm there with you. Friend of yours?
Well, Reaver, are they a friend of yours?
Oh, I love you, buddy. The just head snap stare, and that look of terror is not there. The look of I'm about to kill you is there.
Hey, good. Not friend. You know they have to die, right?
Baldric casters, I name you coward and traitor. Your sentence is the locker.
Your code means nothing down here. Fuck the code.
That one. Agreed. Code's too nice for you.
I've been sent to bring you all to Father. Will you come agreeably, or am I gonna be forced to get my hands dirty?
Hey, party members, have you caught up to us yet?
The second Echo heard anything, they were full dead sprint. They were there in a second.
The only thing that kept Lus from bolting immediately was just looking at Feather with a very serious look and saying, if you don't have to fight, you don't fight. And then bolts.
Feather will be the last one to step out because of that that exact conversation and reason there. And as Feather steps out, he's going to go, Blunder, you are one stupid... And but before he finishes the sentence, Blunder just holds up hand and goes, listen, brain box. When your stupid opinion is wanted, it'll be asked for. For now, do the world a favour and do the thing you should have done back when we were all topside. Shut the fuck up. He's going to turn and look back. He's going to turn back and look at Reaver and look at Ariel and go, now, I've only to bring you, gestures to Ariel. The rest of them have got to be brought, but the alive part, well, that's a sliding scale.
Reaver, are you looking at Ariel right now? After he says that?
Yes. But it's still because of what you said.
Yeah, that look of terror you had, now Ariel has.
So Archie's back out. No talking. As I'm just going to put the blade pommel and just slightly push you back and walk in front of you.
Roll something.
What was your thing you were saying, Lus? I didn't
This
hear.
is just as soon as hearing Thunder and Salt Feather is just, it's just the muttering of Reaver, let me kill him, Reaver, let me kill him, Reaver, let me kill him, Archie, let me kill him. And that's
I'd like to hear what Ariel got on the roll that he made there.
I got a 2.
Okay, what does that
And
2
it's-
mean for you?
It is to see if Ariel can snap himself out of the PTSD attack he is having. As Ariel had nightmares of being back with the Untouched.
And is a 2 good enough to get you out of that?
gods know.
Okay. Ariel, I'm going to give you a bit of information based on that, actually. Not being able to snap out of it, many people will look at that as being some kind of failure, but see, the thing is, at this table I believe that failure can lead to some things that success can't. I always tell the famous story about the two players that want to be paladins, which I'll happily explain to you guys later on. But here's what I'm going to do with that one. As that terror kind of comes over you, based on that terror, you're able to see that very often that the cult of the rot touched, they will use things like zombies and skeletons and, you know, your basic necromancy dweebs. What you've got here, these aren't zombies. Care was put into their resurrection. Now, they're not what you would call intelligent. With zombies, you break them apart and eventually they stop moving, but there are some undead that you grind them into dust, and that dust will try and climb down your mouth and choke you to death. They're impossible to kill, except for one particular set and circumstance. And the rot-touched, only their greatest, their most devout followers gain the ability to call, no, not call, make these. What he has next to him are mummies.
Okay.
You'll also get another thing, Ariel, as well, and again, maybe this could be the reason for the freezing, the freezing up in terror, because you know what mummies can do. I'm going to give you this. Mummies have the ability to inflict a devastating curse just by touching you. The kind of curse that's also a disease, but because it is born of a magical origin. Your resilience to poisons and diseases does nothing. It seeps into your very core, and day after day after day, your physical and mental capabilities will just erode away to nothingness. Ariel, you will have knowledge of the mummy's rot fist technique.
Okay, and upon seeing that, there's that like inaction, that shaking, that realizing this is what they is, and it's gonna clock that Lus and Reaver are walking in there, and I'm. Sorry, 1 second. Ariel is going to run between them. It's gonna point to Reaver and point to Lus, because I know they're gonna say something. Just say, "Shut up for a minute. Just let me talk, not to them, but to you." What he has at his side, those aren't the usual undead zombies that have come for us before. Those are mummies. They have an ability to inflict a curse if they touch you. If you have distance, I'd use it. Safety up close for blunder.
How far away is Blunder?
Between the regions of 80 and 90 feet.
And the zombies are like what, 10 feet behind him?
Yeah, there's about 6 of them kind of just fanned out around them.
I, as a player, just want to kill them. But I'm also aware that's 10 mummies, and running's not a bad idea here.
I mean, mummies aren't the worst thing to fight.
No, but...
Not get the highest at hit points. I mean, the average damage that you guys put out on a day-to-day basis. You could deal with mummies fairly simply.
We hope.
But multiple instances of that rotting fist coming down.
Yeah.
It can mess up a party pretty quickly. If you get hit, of course. You know, they still have to hit you.
We can get the mummies away.
I can deal with a multiple of them in one shot. Divide and conquer. You two are our heaviest hitters. You deal with plunder.
Dahlia.
Yeah?
Box the bitch. We'll deal with the others first. And I'm gonna go and just look at Lus as I point at the first mummy.
Just to clarify, are you asking him to restrict...
Banish. Banish plunder.
Okay. He has to get a bit closer to do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's more the, hey, here's the game plan. We deal with the things. Here's the combat move.
Okay, in that sense, then here's what's going to happen. Here's what he's going to do. We're not going to roll initiative. We'll begin next session with initiative.
Yes, because we need Marisol, please.
Marisol.
But what he's going to do is he's going to move to... He can take one person. He can take one person. He's going to move towards Reaver. He's going to touch you, bonus action, Dimension Door.
Mm-hmm.
Move forward 50 feet. And then when you come out of Dimension Door, he will reach out 30 foot banishment. I will make the saving throw so that you guys know what you're going up against for next session. Bear with me while I find the stat block.
So, Diamond, we're going to just dance with each other and keep spinning to keep my AC above. You know, so we're just...
Yeah.
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 Sorry guys, just bear with me a moment while I find the stat block for this, because...
Play a paladin with low AC. Find yourself a battle master buddy that can just bait and switch you constantly.
Listen, it's not even that low AC. It's just you guys are cracked on your AC compared to me, and everything that hits me.
Everything hits me. It was in this that I saved it, and I just have to find it now. Talk amongst yourselves. Go back to your knitting.
Yeah. Do you have Agonizing Blast?
Yeah, of course.
What? Hey, I didn't take it on my Warlock. I went Grasp of Guitar and Gaze of Two Minds because RP. So yeah, we've got you for absolutely blowing them up. That's good.
I also have Shatter.
True. Echo's gonna echo. Is Moradon fighting with us?
Moradon can fight with you.
Lus, get your dad involved. Lus, get your dad involved.
Damn it!
I found it.
Dad involved, get my boyfriend involved.
Listen, he was my bro first.
Okay, so now it's B-A-N-I-S-H. What's the saving for? No, not basic. Oh, I hate when it does that. What is the saving throw for Le Banish?
Charisma.
I know I failed it.
It is, it's charisma.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's shit charisma.
No, Warlock?
But he's changed. He's now using melee stuff.
Feather reaches out, casts it. . and there's a kind of struggle before they pop away. At which point all the mummies snap their head and lunge. And that's where we're going to leave today's session. Thank you. That was quite a long session today. So one, thank you to my players for holding out that long. I could see some tired faces happening, so I'm really, really thankful that we held on for that part. Trigger warnings for next session. You're fighting mummies. When mummies hit, obviously Rotting Fist comes in. Descriptions of things akin to, you know, sites of rot and decay on people's bodies. I mean, mummies, you never know what could happen. This is your first kind of like equal toe-to-toe fight dealing with multiple things of a CR similar to yourself. So I am going to say, be prepared for the idea of potentially something bad happening, things going wrong. And trigger warning for, just in case, vomiting. Okay? Other than that, usual rules apply. Okay. Yeah, thanks for coming to see us, guys. If you like what you've seen, be sure to come and check us out next time that we're playing as well. There's going to be some changes coming to the channel, as I've already said, so be prepared for that. But World Tree Quest is still here, and we will still be here, and we will keep moving forward with things planned and games coming out. Do go and check out our social medias. We've got every social media under World Tree Quests, so please go and see that, because, you know, I'm going to start posting more often on that. I've got a couple ideas and such that will kind of relate towards the games we're leaning into. Other than that, if you want to see what I do, go check me out, Son of Asgard on TikTok. If you see anything else, any of my other social medias, no you didn't. My mother's an Irish Catholic. She will kill me. I'm going to pass over to my players and let them plug anything they might have. Kyle, we'll start with yourself. Anything you'd like to plug at all?
Not this week, I'm still in the work in progress stage.
No problem. What about yourself, Silky?
You can find my stream schedule posted on my Twitter. I do 4 to 5 streams per week. So yeah, just find that.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Silky. Diamond? Anything you would like to plug?
I'm Madness Diamond. Since we're going through all this shit together, gonna fight some mummies next week, you can call me Diamond. I am on a bunch of different channels. My Beacons link is beacons.ai/madnessdiamond. It has my updated stream schedule with every place you can find me and what time you can find me at. If you'd like to join my Discord server, where I do post whenever I'm live somewhere, you can also join that as well, which is linked in my Beacons page. But Mondays you can find me over on the Starfield playing Guardians of Neptune's Cairn, a World of Werewolf the Apocalypse W5 edition chronicle. And then on Tuesdays, you can find me sometimes over on Dinner to Game playing Emerald Sanctums. We're doing some split party stuff, so if I will be there playing Bay, the very human hunter, is to be seen. They've got to do some telescope shit. Bay wants to break the telescope. It's whatever. So Bay's going to do some hunter things solo a little bit. So I'll let you know whenever that happens, tentatively. But occasionally, though, on Tuesdays, we do play Crawfish the Bitter End, run by Renowned Games. Which is a Monster of the Week game where I myself play Cherie Darcy, who is the Chosen. Our lovely Selkie Cove is also over on Dinner Game with me on Tuesdays, either playing Thea, our lovely Macaulay, in Team Shifter, or also playing our lovely Virchile, who is the hottest angel to ever angel. And then on Thursdays, of course, you can find me here playing Melisine Sylvester, your Battlemaster Fighter Barbarian. You can also find me in a couple one-shots popping up. I will be on one tomorrow on Apple Chromatic Unlimited, where we are playing Sapphic, lesbian, werewolves. A system built by Dusty, who is going to be our game facilitator. Where the 3 stats in the game are lesbian, werewolf, and crime fighter. That's the other one. So yeah, it'll be fun. We're raising it for charity. So if you come and join us over there, I'll post it on my socials when we go live. And you can find me doing some producing and admin stuff on a bunch of different channels. So I am around. Come follow me on my socials for some chaotic fun at Madness Time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Diamond. Last and most certainly not least, Tom. Anything you'd
Hi,
like to plug
everyone.
at all, buddy?
Hi everyone, I'm That One Warlock. I make the saddest characters you've ever seen on the internet. You can find me across all social medias at That One Warlock. If you like what you've seen here, you want to see me playing other things, I have link trees linked to everything with my entire schedule.
Fantastic. If that's everything from my party, then that's everything from me, then that's everything from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we've had Just Kyo, we've had Selkie Cove, we've had Madness Diamond, finally, with just the Madness Diamond and no longer 2.0 part, and we have had That One Warlock. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. If you can help yourself, don't ever touch a mummy. They might take your internal organs. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.